It says I just left, but I'm actually here.
I see you, Jen.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can see you and hear you.
Huh.
Did it tell you left?
It did, which freaked me out for just a second.
Once you leave, there's no getting back in. It's true.
I don't know how hard she's going to try to get back in.
I was going to say, don't tempt me, Matt Campbell, don't tempt me.
How long are you planning on having internet problems tonight?
There's people in my neighborhood, they have a band. They have something going on and they have a band and they're playing like a nice mix of songs. And so we've all been walking around in my house like singing because you can hear them because the windows are open since it's so cool out. And it's like, I'm like, is this Richard Marx?
Is it adults?
Yeah,
like
it's
an
adults.
adult.
Yeah, I think it might be like I think maybe somebody might be like a rehearsal dinner, like somebody getting married, and they're definitely like people are separated out, but they're definitely playing like a wide range of music. But I'm like, Richard Marx?
I was going to try to get to Godiva chocolates today and get them delivered, but it just didn't happen. So we'll have to survive tonight without it.
Oh, it's my birthday tomorrow too.
Tomorrow might be the day then.
Hey, Jill.
Oh.
Jill, I got a question because just like the other day or something, my wife had signed in her Gmail account, and I don't know what she did, and I don't know. She was downstairs instead of going upstairs and getting on her computer. She signed in, and that's why it says Danielle. So I don't know how to get her off of it.
I got you. There you go. We'll have to check on how to actually change it when you log in. Usually if there's like
I'm still using my regular login and stuff.
Do you see her picture icon like in the right hand corner or like her image?
No.
I'll help you after the meeting.
Okay.
I changed your name though on your screen.
I'm trying to get back to my screen now here.
Which was super impressive.
Hey, Beryl, are you delivering your stuff Saturday, or are you just picking up?
I'm going to do it Saturday and Sunday and Monday
Do you
and
know what's
Tuesday.
all in, how much is in the pack?
75 per.
Oh, per pack. Okay.
Yeah. My light just went out. I was just going to get started if everybody's ready, and then my light went out. That was good timing. Well, we can get started anyway if everybody's ready, and maybe at some point I'll have better lighting. I think we're all here. Yes, we're all here. Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
Okay, hold on one second. Got to get my agenda. Mr. Campbell,
I am here.
Ms. Chrysler,
Here.
Mr. Hairston,
Here.
Ms. Mooring,
Here.
Ms. Piccolo Antonio.
I am also here. Welcome to the September 17th regular board meeting. If everybody could stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oops.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Maybe my screen went dead here. Sure.
Oh, we're having all sorts of technology fun tonight, aren't we? It's going to be one of those nights. Is there a motion to approve minutes from the August 7th special board meeting, the August 11th special board meeting, the August 18th Finance and Facility Committee meeting, and the August 20th regular board meeting?
I'll move.
Mr. Campbell, is there a second?
I'll second. It's Daphne.
Mrs. Mooring? Any discussion, any changes at all to the minutes? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Piccolo Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are on the school and community reports and presentations part of our agenda. And I think our first presentation tonight is from our brand new student council president, Jason Raymond, who I think I see on here, right, Jason?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Jason. I don't think we've had a chance to meet yet, unless I've met you at one of the events at school, which is possible, but we haven't met you as a board at one of our board meetings yet. And I know this is a little awkward to meet for the first time in a virtual environment like this, but I'm sure by now you are used to it. We're kind of used to it too, sadly. But congratulations on being elected to this role this school year. We are very grateful to have a place on our agenda every month where the student council president can come and just kind of tell us what's going on at the high school. Tell us anything that you want to tell us about what is going on with student council. So I will stop talking and turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Since I haven't met you guys before, I just gonna go ahead and introduce myself and everything I do at GLHS. I'm your student council president this year, and I moved into this district during fifth grade. And coming from a poor district, I was like eager to take advantage of everything that this district had to offer, and that ethic came through with me through everything I've done in high school. My freshman year, I was captain of the volleyball team, and sophomore year, captain of the JV team, and then hopefully last season I would have been captain of the varsity team, but we all know what happened to that season. We'll have another one. We got one more to go. I also perform in our school's highest performing orchestra, chamber, as well as our school's show choir, chorale, and shows including Diaspora, which is a multicultural show to spread awareness. I've written spoken word, I dance, and I sing. And in addition to that extensive amount of AP and honors classes I've taken throughout this throughout high school. I also draw. I draw a lot. That's my biggest passion. I'm in SWAG, which is our school's graphic design team, and a lot of the stuff you see around the school is designed and made by SWAG. I've been designing the homecoming tickets and posters and prom tickets and posters since my freshman year. I've also had the chance to design spirit wear every year for orchestra, and this year I had a chance to do it for chorale. And this year I'm working tirelessly in senior art portfolio to get into the art school of my dreams to pursue a degree in animation so I can create media for all kids and walks and ages to see themselves and believe in their magic and that it's inside of them. And yeah, that's pretty much everything I do. It's quite a lot, but I really enjoy it through and through. There are so many things this school year that are just not going to work the same, and we know that, but we can't let that stop us. The class of 2020 was in a more unique situation where it was the last of their things to do, and they're really wanting to finish the senior year, and seeing everything cut off so abruptly, it was heartbreaking. But class of 21, my class, we were walking into this, and it's not so much that we're sad, like things aren't happening the way we used to. It's just we're used to it, and it's honestly causing some seniors to tap out early. But I can't be that senior to tap out early since I'm president. I got to be that person to bring hope and inspiration. A student council advisor just texted me I looked nice, but that's besides the point. The day I found out I was going to be president was my birthday, and I had so many dreams and so much hope to do with this school year. And then we got to the school year, and it didn't look the way we thought it was going to look like. But just like the job of teachers, our job as student council is to not give up on the school year. And I know, like, once we get back in that hybrid, once we're actually in that building, there's a lot more than we probably think that we're going to be able to do with students, and students are just willing to do anything to see each other again. So when we return to GLHS, we've planned to decorate it. It's not, it's something. It is something in that it's been 188 days since a student has been taught in that building, which is an insane number. It has been so long, and it's going to be our homecoming to come back and be in that school and be there and be taught by teachers. And that's why we want people to see it as a positive space again, even though it's going to look different, even though it's going to look very 6 feet apart. And there's a lot more spirit stuff we're working on with hybrid blue versus hybrid gold. And we got a long ways to go on that, but we definitely, even though we're apart, we're going to try and increase our spirit. In student council, we have our officers, and we have our communications officer, our philanthropy officer, wellness and leadership. Our communication officer is working on launching our new Twitter, relaunching our new Twitter, our Instagram, and getting on LinkedIn Live. With philanthropy, we are hoping to volunteer with Grin in smaller pods and even have virtual meetings with seniors that have been stuck in the senior center throughout this pandemic. And our Dine to Donates, as well as corporate sponsorships, there are still the kids at Nationwide Children's Hospital that suffer from pediatric cancer that we're still trying to raise for in any way we can. This spring, mental health has been a huge thing for everyone. Even if you've never struggled with mental health before, you would had to have come across it in some platform ever since we've been in quarantine. And that's why we have our wellness officer, and we're going to be having a You Are Not Alone campaign, struggling with distance learning, mental issues in response to everything that's happening right now. And also, since we're at home, I think it's important for us to have a section that's completely handled in an appropriate way on disorders and abuse and how that can happen in your household and how to deal with it and how to reach out, because there are a lot of kids that need to reach out. I've been one of them, but I just didn't know how. And that resource is just so important. And our leadership officer, we work internally in student council and building our leadership skills. We selected a book called Drive I have it downstairs, but I just got the big box of them to deliver to the rest of my peers today. Well, tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow. But at the book Drive, it's about motivation, and motivation is something we've all been lacking since we've been in quarantine. We need to find that drive again, and the things that motivate us as humans, which is why my advisor, Miss Newman, and I chose that book. That's a lot. That is a lot. There's the note I wanted to finish on was some things I've gathered from my peers since distance learning has started. The general note across all my peers is that it's so much better now than what it was in March. It is so much better. And that there's the good note I keep hearing from people is that I can manage my time. And I don't have to sit in this building periods 1 through 8. There's always time during the school day to get things done, which is kind of, if you imagine a school as our job, as our 9 to 5, there shouldn't be like much work. We're trying to cram in for 7+ hours after school. It's really good mental health wise for us to get work and do it in the period it's assigned or during the breaks. And 15 minutes in between classes is a lot of time to process and understand what you need and mentally prepare yourself for that next class. From the science programs, I've heard so much of what they're trying to get into college for is that hands-on experience with those tools we just can't access at home. And they've said that Google Meets kind of undermine the curriculum they worked hard to get into for the senior year, which I completely understand that you build up through your high school career so you can get to these higher level curriculums, and that a Google Meet undermines everything, the intent for a lot of it. From our DECA and business classes, they said we've done everything we can to complete some sense of normalcy, but we haven't been able to open our store and learn how to run a business on our own. So there's always give and take with these kind of programs. And from our performing arts programs, the concept of art and music is community, and it's okay that we can't perform like usual. It really is. But the music isn't the same. I'm falling out of love for the very thing that got me through high school. That one's kind of heartbreaking because some students, I'm blessed to have so many avenues, and one of my things get canceled, I have something else to go to. But a lot of these students don't, and a lot of these students have that one program that they need to get through to really, it gets them through their day, it gets them through high school, it makes them want to graduate. And it's especially hard when you walk and talk to your peers and their sports seasons are still happening. When we have our meetings, they talk about student athletes, and they always emphasize that it's student first, and that that's what we're here for. And we came to high school when it got canceled when we went into quarantine on March 13th, 2020. We canceled our extracurriculars in the hope that we could come back to school. So it's hard for people that have credits in these performing arts, these science classes, these business classes, to see the extracurriculars come back first before their classes and their credits come back. But I'm a firm believer, if we found a way to play a contact sport, we're going to find a way for these classes to do what they need to do and meet if they need to, in smaller pods if they need to. They're going to make sure that they get the curriculum. They worked hard their entirety of their high school. I remember freshman year, I was sitting next to Kayla Ferris. We had all these goals for high school and all the things we wanted to do. She was just named NHS president today, and we were just telling ourselves our senior year, we're going to have 2 Black presidents. We're going to do it. We're going to fill those spots. That's what we're going to do. And we did it. And we're here now. And despite what's going on in the world right now, despite all these rules and regulations, if there's a will, there's a way. And that's what I believe in. I think that's going to be a motto this school year. If there's a will, there's a way. We're going to figure out a way to get things done, to have people remember their senior years, have people remember their freshman years, their sophomore, wherever they are in this high school career. We're going to find a way for them to remember it, no matter how weird it is. And that's all I have for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. I have to tell you, well, a couple things I want to say, and then I'll see if any of my board colleagues have anything that they want to ask you or anything that they want to say. But I have a junior who is in one of those kinds of classes that you talk about. He's taking underwater robotics. And so I certainly can feel and hear in my own house all of the things that you are relaying from your peers. And I guess I just want to say to you, thank you for coming here tonight. I hope you come back every month. I think you did a really good job of kind of representing, I'm sure, what a lot of your peers and friends are thinking and saying, and you represented them really well. I don't know if you are able to see it right now, but I hope that after the meeting, you go on to the YouTube live stream so you can read all of the comments. There are lots of teachers who are watching the meeting tonight, and they have lots of nice things to say about you. I think that those comments all stay there in the stream. So whenever you get a chance, you should go take a look, because your teachers and principals are all very proud of you. With good reason. And like I said, I don't even know you, but I thought you did a great job tonight. So thank you for coming. I don't know if any of my other board colleagues have questions or comments.
Yeah, I just, this is Jennifer Chrysler, and I just want to say, it's really nice to meet you. I feel like we bond every year with our student council president, and it's just such a special experience. And I was wondering when I saw the agenda item tonight, how that was going to go, and you just knocked it out of the park. I think, in whatever environment we're in, we're going to be able to have, a wonderful relationship with you. Thank you so much for coming. And I just love the theme. I love the motto, if there's a will, there's a way, because I think when we're living through a pandemic, right, that's the kind of hope that we all need to hold on to. And I think that's the type of motivation that we all need to understand that if we all really want to make things work, and we want to make them work for students first, then we're going to find a way to do that. And so thank you for inspiring us with those words. And thank you for starting off our relationship on such a wonderful foot. So thank you.
I'm not hearing, and I don't think I can see that nobody else is unmuted. So Jason, what I would say to you is that—
Can I just say something real quick?
Oh, sure.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Jason, okay. I remember being in the student council meeting with you when you were in 9th grade. And I remember you talking in the same way that you talked tonight, so positive, and, your leadership is incredible. And we're really proud of what you had to say tonight. And I know we need to get back in school, and those hands-on activities need to keep you going. I've seen you in diaspora and orchestra and in all kinds of performances, and you have so much talent. And I remember, this is kind of funny, I remember when we were in that meeting in student council, you had an older Chromebook and your sister, I think, got a newer one. Do you remember that? You were talking, about how you wondered how that could happen. And you have a great sense of humor, and I'm looking forward to diaspora. I hope we can do it like we have done in the past, and I'm hoping we can do music in the way we've done it in the past. And we've gotten lots of guidance from Franklin County Public Health on how to run, music classes like band, orchestra, choir, drama, and we believe that those things, with certain adjustments, certain protocols for safety, will happen. And we've gotten guidance on that. So I'm so glad you're positive, and the book drive is an excellent book. You're really going to enjoy it. So thank you for being here tonight.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me and introducing me. And a lot of the fact, last thing, I promise, that our happiness is way too relative. We make that trait way too relative, and we compare it to what we had. And a lot of people in the school year right now are saying, this isn't as good because I had it this way last year, which is a wrong way and an incorrect way to think about it. It's the fact that we have it, and the fact that we're making it happen, that should be happy. You shouldn't be, if you get a $5 bill, you should be happy. Even if somebody else has $20, you should be happy because you got $5, and you could either have $5 or not have $5. And that's the mentality I'm trying to spread throughout the school. So thank you guys. I'm curious to listen in to the rest of this meeting, but I'm really blessed to have this platform.
Jason, your outlook and your positivity, I mean, it really, like, even in this virtual environment, it's very contagious, and it's a good kind of contagious, unlike the pandemic. I hope that, I mean, I have no doubt that you're able to inspire other students. And I think that your outlook is one that not just students could learn something from, but all of us adults could learn something from as well. What I was going to say is, you are more than welcome to stay in this Zoom with us. You just would need to keep your microphone on mute. You're also welcome. I don't want you to feel like you have to stay if you can't stay. So if you're not able to stay at any point, you're more than welcome to leave at any point. But we're happy to have you here with us too. So the next thing on the agenda is Gahanna Jefferson Education Foundation. I don't
Pearl?
think, yes.
Sharon reached out to me. They are not available tonight. She did ask me to report on two things. One, we did have a Education Foundation board meeting at 7:30 Tuesday morning. And from that, we are working on a virtual 5K that will happen late fall. And the gala as we know it in February will be a non-gala, a virtual gala, but hopefully will be just as successful. So those are the two outcomes she wanted me to share.
Thank you. So next we have from Gahanna Jefferson Education Association, Jenny Palguda.
Good evening, everyone. As most of you know, my name is Jenny Palguda. I am the choir director for the students at Middle School South. I have taught in the Gahanna Jefferson City Schools for 31 years, with 34 years of total teaching experience. My husband and I live in Gahanna. Our daughters, Allie and Tiffany, both graduated from Gahanna. So we are very rooted in this community and have always loved being a part of it. I speak here tonight representing the 572 members of the Gahanna Jefferson Education Association. These dedicated teachers have been working without a contract since June 30th. It goes without saying that the world is in the midst of a pandemic, the likes of which we have not experienced since 1918. A little side note is my great-grandfather actually passed away during that pandemic with 5 young children at the age of 34 when my grandfather was 7. What does need to be said, however, is that the 572 members of the GJEA are extremely frustrated and disappointed that we have not been included in the district's planning related to continuing to educate students during this pandemic. The district convened a district task force in June that met for a week. The members of that task force worked diligently for the entire week to come to a consensus and make recommendations as to what schools should look like if we are able to return for any portion of the 2020-2021 school year. Teachers believed they had a voice. GJEA members are very concerned that this central office administration has silenced our voice. Each decision that central office administration was made in a vacuum. GJEA has not actively negotiated with the district. Rather, the district has arrived at negotiation sessions with a finalized document and then read that document to us. This is neither productive nor respectful of our expertise as educators. Despite having to make multiple requests for documents and determining the administrators have misrepresented to us what work has been completed, GJEA continues to bargain in good faith. We continue to set bargaining sessions and attend those sessions, prepared to make proposals and counter proposals. We do not believe that we have been met with the same willingness. With the anticipated arrival of students back in the buildings on October 13th, we are running out of time. All 572 members of GJEA remain focused on three main priorities: safety, success, and equity. We believe that the district and GJEA are partners and that we must work together to provide students and staff with a safe environment in which equity is provided so that all can achieve success. We urge the board to insist that this administration come to the bargaining table to reach a contract settlement that is rooted in these mutual interests. We are the educational practice experts. Please hear us. We want our members to be able to stay focused on educating our students, as we have always done, with grace and dignity. As leaders in our community and as advocates for teachers, related service staff, and our students, we urge you, Board of Education members, to find a way to come to a contract settlement that recognizes our professionalism so we can continue to focus on our students and what they need. We care about our kids. Please help us provide our students with safe, successful, and equitable learning environment that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. I don't have any questions to ask you. I probably don't need to tell you this, but just like I said to Jason, whenever you're done, I'm sure that you know there are a lot of teachers that are on watching. There are plenty of comments in the comment box that you can scroll through and see the support of your colleagues on our YouTube live stream. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Mrs. Palguda? I don't see anyone coming off of mute. And I will say the same to you. I know you were here with us last month, so you already know this, but we are happy to have you stay with us for the entirety of the meeting, but I don't want you to feel like you have to stay. So you can stay or go at any point. I would just ask that you keep the microphone muted because it can get chaotic when the microphones get unmuted. Thank you. Next, we have a report from Finance Committee, Mrs. Mooring. You know what? I think she just sent me a message that she was having technology trouble. Oh, are you there, Daphne?
I did. I switched computers, so.
Okay. We are on to you. It's time for an update from Finance Committee. I can switch them around if that would be helpful.
Oh, I think I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. We had a meeting on Tuesday, September 15th. There were 3 items on the agenda. The first was the discussion of the August and year-to-date financials for this fiscal year. And that had no strange real issues to discuss. Number 2 was COVID expenditures, just trying to keep track of how much the pandemic is causing expenses to vary, and then how we are spending the federal funds that have come down through the state. And then thirdly, we talked about the permanent appropriations for fiscal year 21 that are on our agenda to vote for this evening. As a board, we have to approve the expenditures or appropriations and we cannot, as Treasurer Verlingo said, we can't operate in a deficit. So we have to understand what the expenses are going to be and make the appropriate appropriations to cover those for the fiscal year. So those were the 3 discussion items.
Thank you, Mrs. Mooring. Next, we have Policy and Governance Committee. Mr. Campbell?
Just a quick reminder that our next policy and governance meeting is at the end of October. So it'll be the 4th Tuesday in October. That's all.
Thank you. Student Learning and Achievement Committee, Mrs. Chrysler.
Yes, we have a meeting next Tuesday, and we will be discussing the state report card.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are on public participation. I received 3 emails since our last board meeting. And when I say emails, I don't mean just regular emails. I mean emails through our public participation form on the website. So I received many emails since our last board meeting, but I'm not going to be reading all of those emails. What I'm going to be reading are the messages that were received through the public participation form on the board meeting website. I was just checking to make sure I hadn't received anything else. So I have 3. The first one is from a woman named Janet Spence. It says that the topic is virtual education, but then in the comments, it says none. So maybe if somebody could reach out to Janet Spence. I don't have anything else submitted from her, I guess just to make sure that there wasn't something that she intended to submit. I don't have anything else. The second public participation statement is from somebody named Joe Studer. The topic is plan to return to classrooms full-time. And I will read his statement. He says, in the Q&A session that took place last week, there were multiple questions asking when and how students could return to the classroom 5 days per week. It was also noted that under our current state advisory level of level 2, orange, we should already be back in the classroom full-time. The superintendent's response was that it would require a recommendation from Franklin County Public Health before moving back into classrooms 5 days a week. However, the publications from Franklin County Public Health clearly state that they provide recommendations only, not orders or mandates, and it is ultimately up to each district to determine the best course of action for their needs. It was also asked if we could consider looking at the case data from the Gahanna School District zip codes only, rather than relying on data from the entire county when making decisions for our district. The superintendent's response was that we could not and would have to defer to Franklin County Public Health. However, our neighboring district, New Albany Plain Local, is doing just that. In fact, their school board is voting today, 9/17, on a plan to move back into the classroom full-time as early as the end of September. They fall under the same jurisdiction of Franklin County Public Health, yet they are moving forward with a plan to provide what is best for the students and families of their district. Another reason given for not, I think the word is pursuing, the 5-day option at this time is the potential legal liability. The recently passed House Bill 606 was signed into law by the governor this week to eliminate this liability from businesses, schools, etc., and allow them to operate without fear of civil suits. This was a major hurdle for many districts to move back to normal operations, but they are now able to move forward with those plans. Has our district given consideration to this recent legislation in our decisions? Finally, the recent correspondence from the superintendent stated that the online format would be our anchor for learning platform this year. This statement, along with the discussion during the Q&A session, give the impression that the district has no intention or plan to move back into the classroom full-time for the entire 2020-21 school year. This is contrary to the feedback you receive from our district families and taxpayers and teachers. The survey results showed that an overwhelming majority of both families and teachers preferred to be back in the classroom full-time as their first choice and full-time distance learning as their last choice. The American Pediatric Association is also strongly advocating for a full-time in-person learning and state that the issues resulting from not being in the classroom far outweigh the risk. There are many other issues resulting from not being in the classroom. Wait, I'm sorry. There are many other advocates for in-person learning, and our district family and staff clearly want this as well. So why are we ignoring this and solely relying on direction from Franklin County Public Health? Our teachers should be commended for the efforts in working through this distance learning format, but it is not effective learning. It is incredibly burdensome on our families, and it is simply unsustainable. As parents, taxpayers, and community members, I am asking that you listen to our feedback, get our kids back into the classroom full time as soon as possible, and provide a plan and timeline to do so. Thank you. The last public participation statement that I have is from a woman named Krista Wood. And the topic to be addressed is hybrid model daily schedule. Krista's comments are, in the September 4th district letter to parents, page 2, left-hand column, it said that students would use the quote, typical daily school / period schedule, not current distance learning schedule, end quote. In the September 12th letter, page 3, the plan was changed to trying to keep the current block scheduling after receiving, quote, positive feedback from parents, teachers, etc. This change in such an impactful decision that affects our students' lives and learning should not be made without seeking broad general feedback from all parents in the district. I do not feel that the block schedule is working well for my students. They need something in this situation to look and feel, quote, normal, to give them hope, relief, and encouragement at this time. I thank all of the board members, Mr. Barrett, Mrs. Elliott, and staff for your hard work. I respect that the district is responding to feedback. However, a short general survey about the schedule option or some other attempt to gain more input from as many family members as possible should occur before making such a change. I respectfully ask that all of those in leadership do so before making a final decision. Thank you. Those were the only comments that I had submitted through the public participation form. I guess I just want to make sure, Mr. Barrett, that you don't have anything additional that I've missed. Or Mr. Verlingo, I think you're copied on those as well.
That was it, I think.
Okay. So the only other thing that I would say is what I usually say at the beginning of public participation. We appreciate anyone who reaches out to us and is either present at a board meeting or in this virtual environment. So you can submit public participation comments by video, by audio, or in writing. We very much appreciate all of those ways that you can participate with us and provide us with feedback, with information. We do often receive a lot of correspondence outside of meetings, but it's very nice to know that there are parents in our community and other community members that are engaging with our board meetings, watching our board meetings, coming to our board meetings when we're in person and talking with us at meetings. So we thank you for that participation. We are on communication and adoption of agenda. I don't know, I guess I'm going to ask this question. I just noticed just before the board meeting that we have an executive session as part of the meeting, but it's not currently listed as the last item for the meeting. Does Mr. Verlingo, do you think we have to make a modification to the agenda to move it to the end of the meeting, or are we fine to just make that change when I get there?
I see on the agenda as the last item prior to adjournment.
I have our board reports after that.
I'm sorry, yes, the board reports are after. We should move to change
Modify the agenda
prior to executive session. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Is there a motion from somebody to modify the agenda so that the last item on the agenda is our motion to go into executive session? I should say last item on the agenda with the exception of a motion to adjourn. But basically, is there a motion to move the executive session after board reports?
I'll move.
Mr. Campbell, is there a second?
Second, Jennifer.
Mrs. Chrysler, any discussion about that? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
Okay, Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio.
Yes, and I think the way that I've done that means that I need to get another motion now to adopt the agenda as modified. Does somebody want to make that motion?
I will make that motion.
Mrs. Mooring, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hairston, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll again?
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston.
Yes.
Okay, we are now on to the superintendent's report. Mr. Barrett?
Thank you. We just have a brief report today. Want to just talk through a little bit our health and safety plan. Tomorrow, our principals and some next week will be going over our GJPS COVID-19 health and safety plan, where we'll be talking about general safety measures, daily symptom checks, face covering information, transportation, how lunch and recess will be done, building and office kind of and clinic visits, also classroom spaces and learning materials, how cleaning will happen, related arts and electives, hallways and restrooms, and what we're going to do should we get suspected positive COVID-19 cases. There'll be some professional development offerings, and it's really, really important that we go back to school safely. I believe we can do that and prevent the spread of COVID-19. We're excited to get started on October 13th. We also have some training happening on our hybrid learning plan, and I was going to turn it over to Jill Elliott to talk about that for a minute.
Thanks, Steve. So as Steve mentioned, our staff members will be going over the health and safety plan. There will also be some rotations tomorrow for staff to take a look at the streaming technology and what the experience would look like for the staff, what it would look like for students, as well as spend some time taking a look at the hybrid document that outlines instructional components, as well as information about shared materials and, communicating with families. And then we'll also have some planning time to kind of start, wrapping their heads around the model and what works best for them and their content. So it'll be a mix of opportunities for our staff tomorrow.
Thank you, Jill. And I just want to mention some unfortunate things have happened with posting of photos and videos on of lessons. And I just want to say that it's really we need to proceed with caution. Nobody should have their likeness shared on social media without their permission, and privacy is really important. And there are legal implications for this. We want to protect our teachers and our students from anyone sharing things without their permission. And so I know there may be some students and parents, and I know there's a lot of teachers watching tonight. So I think we need to proceed with grace and compassion. And sometimes in this environment, a teacher will be thrown off a Google Meet through no fault of his or her own. and it'll be tough to get back on. Google is sort of overwhelmed at this point. There are sometimes, especially in the afternoon when it shuts down, sometimes the interface with applications like Securely don't go well. We have increased our connectivity and bandwidth 5 times, so from 1 gig to 5, but that doesn't mean that there's still not some issues with Google. So I hope everybody kind of hears this message, and we just can't put teachers in the position of having their work posted, students in that position, parents in that position. There are even copyright infringement things that can happen from that. And so we just hope that parents and students listen to this and really consider that you could be doing someone damage or harm to post something. We did have someone who said he was a YouTuber crash into some of our classes. I think we've handled that problem, but that was really unfortunate. Some of our teachers were damaged by that, and we want to stand by our teachers and not allow those things to happen. And if they do, we're going to respond in a very serious way, and there could be consequences, including charges with the police. So at the end of the day, I think most have done a very, very good job not posting things that they shouldn't. And so I just wanted to say that I know that there were some teachers that were really hurt by what was posted recently, and we need to guard against that. That'll conclude our report. Thanks very much.
Mr. Barrett, could I ask you a question about the incidents related to the YouTuber? I struggle even to say that word, but so there was a question from at least one parent, but I think several other parents have asked, is the district, or does the district have any control of getting that video removed from YouTube?
I believe our tech department and Mac Blackwell is on tonight with us. He's GJPS Zoom, and we have reached out to Google to try to get that removed. We have filed charges with the police. There were students who gave him the code to get into classes, unfortunately. And I know Mrs. Williams has worked with students to guard against that. So it's very frustrating to all of us that it's still up there. Matt, did you want to say anything about that? I'm not sure he can hear us, but we will. There he is. Hi, Matt. Did you want to say anything about the YouTube video that unfortunately is still up on YouTube?
I can just say that we have gone through YouTube's reporting process, report that as an inappropriate video. And I think the more people who go on there and click that report button, the quicker that they might get it taken down.
Okay.
I think that's helpful information, because I do think that there's some confusion about what control the district would have over a video that's on a YouTube account. And the answer is that the district really doesn't have any control over that, except to go through the channels that YouTube has available to get the video taken down. But I do think, Mr. Blackwell, that's really helpful advice to give to other parents and teachers who might be concerned that that video is still out there, that there is a way at least that they can also report the video as inappropriate content, and then maybe something can be done about it. I had one other question, and it's related to, I got a lot of questions today about the possibility of another asynchronous learning day next week for students. I did, as a parent, get a couple emails that clarified it a little bit this afternoon, but if either Mrs. Elliott or Mr. Barrett, if you could explain that, because it's not something that is able to be seen on our current school calendar. And then just really quickly, along with that question, parents are wondering, does that change the AB schedule for their student with that other, I guess, with the Friday asynchronous learning day or the second one that is next week.
Did you want to help? Jill, did you want to talk about that?
Sure, I can do that. So it was, you know, kind of came into play late in our plan as far as looking to provide as many opportunities as possible for staff to have experience with the model and the technology for the hybrid transition. And so each building has one day next week. It's not everyone every day, but each building has an assigned day where they'll have the opportunity to be practicing and working with those materials. And so that would be an asynchronous day where there just wouldn't be Google Meets or teacher directed time for 3 through 12 students on that particular day.
Does either that or Friday's asynchronous day impact the AB schedule at all? Because the way, I don't know, I couldn't share it with you, but the AB schedule doesn't address those days.
So my understanding is that it would not change those days. Essentially, I think today was a B day and tomorrow is an A day, if I'm not mistaken. And so because of the way they fall, it will be a seemingly a gap in when they would have teacher directed time again. So I want to say today was a B day, so tomorrow would have been an A day. So they wouldn't have seen their B classes anyway. And then on Monday, it will be asynchronous. So they'll just have the work assignments assigned to them and they would be back for Google Meets on Wednesday with their B class. And so the same thing kind of applies for the A schedule.
Okay, I think it would be helpful if somebody, maybe the building principals, could send out communication. Yeah, because I mean, I know a lot of the older students are perfectly, and our younger students are perfectly capable of keeping track, whether it's an A day or a B day. But I was hearing from a lot of parents who were helping students keeping track of that, who were just really confused about how that impacted. So if building principals can clarify, that would probably be good.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions or comments about the superintendent's report? Okay, thank you. We're on to the treasurer's report. Mr. Verlingo.
Yes, this evening we have 6 items to be approved on the agenda. The first being the financial report for the month of August. We reviewed the results at the Finance Committee meeting on Tuesday evening, so I won't go into much detail other than, okay, operating receipts being 15.8 million in August, slightly less than estimates. We're down 11.7 million versus prior year, primarily due to final settlements that have not occurred yet from the county auditor. Those were delayed until September 25th this year because of the pandemic. We are expecting some lower receipts from fees and tuition due to the online learning environment, and the state foundation cut of 1.6 million is still in effect, and we do expect that to continue for at least 1 more year. On expenditures, we approximated plan amounts, so nothing significant there of note. Employee benefit costs were higher due to payoff of the deficit in the 024 fund. This evening, you're also being asked to approve the appropriations for this fiscal year. Some activities that we completed in terms of the EVAS vendor audit system that was implemented this past month, which gives us more visibility to cash payments, more control over disbursements, and reporting and analysis, which will also help us with the migration to the state software redesign, which is planned to occur November 1st. And in terms of fund activity, we did set up another special cost center within the 510 fund, which are the governor funds to use for COVID related purposes for technology, a grant of $13,900. There's still a possibility we may receive another $46,000 in that fund, but that's not yet certain. The second item, donations. We gladly accept donations to the various schools, organizations, or scholarship funds, and thank all individuals who continue to make donations to our district. The third item is the permanent appropriation resolution. This sets the spending limits for all funds that are managed by the district. General fund currently being at roughly $98 million for the current fiscal year. And then all the other funds that we manage, which are not used for general operations. The fourth item is estimated resources. This is the projected amount of earnings and receipts and income that the district expects for the fiscal year. These were updated from the July 23rd submission to the county auditor. And those July numbers were primarily based on the tax budget that was done at the end of last year, December, submitted in January. The fifth item is Lincoln High School and Middle School athletic pay scales for 2021. I believe these are the same amounts that were in place for last year, which covered game workers, ticket sellers, and other activities related to sports and those type of activities. An item to note, tournament games are paid from the district OHSAA funds. And then lastly, there's a resolution due to the COVID crisis. There are certain groups of classified employees that are impacted because of this. For example, bus drivers, aides, are not necessarily able to perform their normal tasks during the pandemic due to the remote learning model, since we're not back in school full time. And what this resolution basically does is authorize us to continue to make payments to them for their regularly contracted wages, assuming they are performing other duties in the district to earn those wages. So this is a resolution basically to address that issue. Any questions or?
Can I ask a question about that resolution that you just mentioned, Mr. Verlingo? Is that, I know that we had not a board meeting, but you and I and Mr. Barrett and Mrs. Reed and I think, now I can't remember who else, maybe Mr. Hairston and Mrs. We all had a meeting with our attorney from Bricker, Nicole Donofsky. So is this resolution a result of the conversation that Mrs. Donofsky was going to have with the auditor's office?
Yes, they are still awaiting definitive guidance from the state auditor. This resolution is basically done in anticipation or allowing us to proceed because we don't have that guidance in place at this time. They do still expect to receive something from the state auditor that will outline the requirements and documentation and anything else needed in support of this. But in the interim, this allows us to continue to make payments to these individuals that work in our district to avoid any disruption in service. So we potentially have people in place when we do come back in the hybrid model. Obviously, busing will be starting up again full time, as opposed to right now it's only partially occurring since we are transporting for non-publics that are in school, but not our particular students that are attending our facilities.
Okay, so this resolution is what we need until we hear something from the auditor's office so that we can continue to maintain paying those employees.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from other board members? Okay, then we are on the financial items for action, and there are 6 of them.
We need a roll call vote.
Not for your report. I didn't get a motion yet for the items for action.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I got a little off track myself, but I think I need to get if there's not an objection to taking those 6 items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 6 under letter C?
So moved.
Mrs. Mooring, is there a second?
second. I
Mr.
will second.
Campbell, any additional discussion about those items?
Do we need to take the resolution separately, Mr. Campbell? Because does that at all pertain?
As far as being policy related?
No.
No, I didn't.
Because it's
Oh.
the resolution that we're voting on, item number 6, is
I see.
regarding payment for regular wages to classified employees.
Yes,
So we need to separate out item number 6.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Mr. Verlingo, do I need to do something to get the original motion off the table?
I would say we should vote to make that a separate motion, to amend the agenda to make number 6 a separate motion.
We have a motion and a second on the floor, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I think we need to vote no on the current motion.
Can we vote to amend our motion?
Yeah, I think we can vote to amend it. I think somebody can still move to amend the motion because it has not yet, the original motion hasn't been voted on. So does somebody want to move to amend the original motion?
I'll move to amend the original motion to approve items, is it 1 through 5?
Yeah, we just want 1
Right.
through 5.
1 through 5 on the agenda.
Okay, is there a second for the motion to amend?
Yes, Daphne.
Mrs. Mooring? Okay, can we take a roll call vote on the motion to amend the original motion and instead approve items number 1 through 5 under
That's right.
letter C, financial business?
Okay, Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Abstain.
Okay, so I think we have now approved items number 1 through 5 because that was the amended motion. So is there a motion to approve item number 6 under letter C, financial business?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a turkey about
No,
this.
you're fine.
So I think that we just voted to amend the motion, and now I think the motion is to approve items 1 through 5.
I second
Okay.
So
that.
I think
Amend
I
the
asked
motion.
for an
Correct.
amendment. Yeah. So I think now we have to vote on items 1 through 5,
Okay.
and then somebody. Gotcha. Sorry, I don't mean to be.
No,
Mhm.
you're,
No, you're correct.
helping. So do we need to do another roll call?
We do.
Okay,
So now
so
for
this is a
item-
roll call vote on items number 1 through 5 under letter C. Is that
So I
right?
think Matt threw an extra abstention in there, but that's okay. It still
I know,
works.
I think that's where I got thrown off, but okay,
okay.
so let's do a roll call vote on items number 1 through 5 under letter C, financial business.
Is someone moving?
I will make the motion that
No,
I don't think we need another
No.
motion.
we need a roll call. We need a roll call because, so we just voted to amend the motion. Now the motion on the table is to approve 1 through 5. So we need a roll call vote
Roll
for this
call vote.
motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
I'm a yes on 1 through 5.
and Mr. Hairston.
Yes.
Okay, I think we got through that. We don't typically have a lot of procedural issues that come up in our agenda. We are now, is there a motion to approve item number 6 under letter C, which is financial business?
I move.
Mr. Hairston, is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Mooring, any additional discussion about item number 6? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll again, please?
Okay, Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Abstain.
Thank you. I think we got through that okay. We are on page 7, letter D, educational pupil programs and services. If there is not an objection to taking items number 1 through 4 together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 4 under letter D?
So moved.
Mrs. Mooring, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hairston, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
We're on letter E, which is human resources. There are 31 items for action. If there's not an objection to taking those items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 31 under letter E, human resources?
So moved.
Mrs. Mooring, is there a second?
Second, Mrs. Chrysler.
Thank you, Mrs. Chrysler. I think we're all now frantically looking through the items to make sure we don't need to separate any out. Any discussion about any of these items?
I just will share, I had to ask about number 5. The salary schedule definitions were a little confusing to me. And what I learned is there are schools where the cooks cook for that school and another school. So that because of the different workload, they're in a different classification. So if anyone else had that quizzical thought regarding number 5, that is the answer.
Thanks, Mrs. Mooring. I just wanted to, I guess, make note that it's nice to see item number 30 on the agenda, which is reinstating at least some of the staff that we had to RIF temporarily at our last board meeting. It's nice to see that we are at a point where we can reinstate some of those staff. Any other comments or questions from anybody else? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio.
Yes. Okay, we're on letter F, which is a discussion about a letter from the school board to our community regarding the November 3rd, 2020 levy. I just want to explain to anyone who's out there watching, the board, a majority of the board is only allowed to discuss board business in a public meeting. So if anyone is out there watching us go through and edit some letters right now and wondering why we're doing that, it's really the only way for us to be able to have a conversation that includes a majority of the board. We have to do it in a public meeting. So my board colleagues, in the link that you were given to today's board meeting, There should be two versions of a letter to the community that explains the November 3rd, 2020 levy. The first version was basically just taking the letter that we sent to the community when we had our last levy on the ballot and changing the details of the letter. The second version of the letter is kind of taking, I guess, taking that information, but reformatting it in a different way. So hopefully you've had an opportunity to look at both versions of that letter. I'm not really even sure. I guess let's start with which structural version does anyone think makes more sense? I kind of agree with Mrs. Mooring that it probably makes more sense to start a letter in the structure that is the version of the letter that you should have, I think, most recently. But I don't know what anyone else thinks as far as which version we should be working from.
I agree on what Daphne had done. I had that one question as to there was a word in the first paragraph and it said arrest, and I didn't know if it was addressed. So I didn't know what was that intentional or just a typo.
I was trying to think of a word that when the COVID is under control. So maybe under
Okay.
control would be better than arrest, but open to suggestions.
So I guess maybe do you have a preference on structurally which one you like better? I guess to understand like a little bit more about.
So let me explain, I guess, a little bit further. I think the intent originally was that we were going to have one version to present to the board so that this would make this conversation a little bit less awkward and clunky to have. But since the one version one version got shared, so I really felt like we couldn't continue to edit outside of the meeting. So that's why there are two. I personally tend to agree that the way that it's structured on Daphne's version makes more sense. But I don't have a strong preference either way. The goal of the letter is to communicate to the community what the issue is on the ballot and just provide all of the factual information.
Right.
It can't be an advocacy letter. It is just an informational letter from the board to the community.
And I would tend to agree too that the structure of the letter that Daphne sent seems to make sense in order to communicate those factual points. I don't know, Brian, Matt.
I agree.
I also agree with that. I think this the way this is laid out is a good start.
Okay, so then let us all be looking at the same version of the letter and kind of work through. So the letter needs to go out sooner rather than later. So unfortunately, while I might say we could vote to send this to the members of the levy committee to work on, I don't think we have the time to do that at this point. So I think we're going to have to sit here tonight and try to work through this letter and then take a vote on a final version. So if we are all looking at the version of the letter that starts, "Dear Gahanna Jefferson community member," I guess, can we go through it paragraph by paragraph? I don't want to read the entire thing out loud, but if we could keep our comments to the paragraph that we're on until we move to the next paragraph, that'll help keep us organized. So I'm in the first paragraph that starts 2020. 2020 is turning out to be quite the year. Does anybody have any edits, comments about that paragraph?
I think Brian made a good suggestion about changing the word arrest to
I'm trying to,
in the
Oh.
third line
I see it.
to control the virus, maybe to.
Sorry, it's very awkward to edit in a live meeting. We did this once before, though. We can do this. I don't know. This sentence is really like, I think it's got too many points in one sentence. The one that starts as members of the Gahanna-Jefferson Board of Education. I'm trying to figure out how to break it.
Does it oversimplify it to just, as members of the Gahanna-Jefferson Board of Education, we understand the current difficulties created by the pandemic, period. And then we have faith, new sentence, that the medical community will assist with a method to control the virus, along with our individual efforts to stop the spread very soon, period. Several years ago,
comma.
Yeah. We committed to creating a long-term plan to address our aging and overcrowded school buildings. Maybe period after building. We wanted a plan that would incorporate projected growth, or would also incorporate projected growth of families moving into the district, or we wanted a plan that would also incorporate projected growth of families moving into the district, period. Proceeding at this time with the plan was a difficult, can we say understatement? Just kidding. But necessary, can we say emphasis? Just kidding. Decision by the board, and this letter addresses phase 2 of the plan. I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. Matt, you're quite the wordsmith. I don't know what you think.
Since we're sending this to the, I like the word incorporate. I think we should change it to include. I like the word incorporate, but I think that I want it to be easy to read. And I think include might be a better word there.
Yeah, I'm down with that if everybody else is.
I'm trying to find it now. Oh, I see it.
Right before projected growth.
I got it.
Yeah.
How about take into account?
Okay.
I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, I think take into account is a good way to go.
Yeah.
Anything else
What
on
else?
the first paragraph?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Should we split that last sentence up into 2 and just basically set aside this letter addresses phase 2 of the plan all by itself as its own sentence?
Yep.
Again, simplifying it. I really, when the sentences are shorter, they're sometimes easier to read and they keep the momentum going rather than feeling like it's dragging.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it was good the other way also. This letter addresses phase 2, and then we kind of just roll right into the letter.
Okay, so everybody okay with the first paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay, we're on paragraph 2. I think I just want to start it with we.
Is underway, is that 2 words or is that 1 word? I feel like this is testing I feel like if there's any teachers on the phone, I don't know if I want to make these comments.
Mrs. Palguda is still on the Zoom with us. I think maybe she's not.
I think it's 2. I don't think it's hyphenated.
You think it's 2 words? I don't know. I think
it might be one of those words that you could do either way.
Yeah.
Word?
Underway. Yeah, Mrs. Elliott and Mr.
It's-
Barrett are here.
Google says it's 1 word.
I think it's 1.
It's
So-
1 word now.
There you go. Make it 1.
I was trying to say it's 1 word, but I was on mute. So sorry.
You were right, Steve. I think I'm fine with taking the HVAC off unless we can keep that sentence really short.
I don't know. I think the HVAC is important to point out, especially in this circumstance that we're in with
Ventilation.
yeah.
Okay.
Is it worthwhile to like maybe simplify that a little bit instead of having a paragraph to like bullet out those accomplishments, to just like bullet to just kind of show, you know,
Yep.
these are our phase 1 accomplishments, and maybe that simplifies us from having to have sentences that are too long, but it also makes sure that we capture everything quickly so that people can run their eyes over a quick list.
And even better, why don't we have Steve and Scott come up with those bullets for us to make sure that we're maximizing the projects that.
Okay.
Good.
I'm going to just.
We would be glad
Steve-
to do that.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is highlight this paragraph and just add a comment that I have too many windows open. That'll be filled in.
I think I said it the last time we did this, but group project time is my favorite part of meetings.
I second that. I love this time together.
Something about this sentence is not right, though. We are happy to share that phase 1 projects that were funded. I think I just need to change. Can we change the order of this? Hold on. I mean, do it, and then you can see what I'm talking about. I just changed the order of the words in that sentence. Is that okay? So we're happy to share that phase 1 projects that were funded with the passage of the levy in May 2018 are well underway or completed. And then there would be a bulleted list of those projects.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. They can even be 2 columns of a list, but just to show some substantial completion. I feel like we're channeling our inner Hinda, and she'd be proud.
That looks good.
Are you just going to do
Okay.
the bullets? Or are you just going to do the bullets? Or are you going to do the bullets per school or per? Kind of like the
So-
2 columns that Jennifer referred to.
I'm not going to put in these bullets at all. I'm going to let Steve and Scott Lofton go back and edit and
We'd be
add
glad
the
to do
bullet
that.
points for
We
phase
can do
1,
that.
if that's okay with everybody.
I think the goal should be though to keep it fairly abbreviated list, but but comprehensive, because we want the meat of our letter, the purpose of our letter, which is the next paragraph that starts, to be on the front of the letter, instead of having to have it turned over to get.
Okay,
So
so let me add
good
to this.
thing.
as we're working on that,
So we want it to be not too long of a list.
I mean, as long as we can have the next 2 paragraphs on the front of the letter,
Okay,
we have accomplished the goal of having the substance, the purpose of our letter on the front page.
okay. I just added that note in the comment. So Steve and Scott will fill out that bulleted list, making sure that however many items they put in there, the next 2 paragraphs stay on page 1. Is that
make-
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I believe is important.
Okay. Okay, so let's go to the next paragraph that starts as with phase 1. Maybe we can say, we are grateful to, sorry, I can't think and I have to write when I think words. So just tell me to delete it if I'm putting something that shouldn't be there, but we
Well,
are grateful.
I think we need to keep the focus on what the results of it were and not on the master facility committee. That's why I didn't
Okay.
include what, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you guys feel strongly about keeping that fact about 10 of 11 schools in?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Do you want it to reference phase 2 and then not phase 1 as the entry? I think.
Yeah,
that-
the entry is what's throwing me.
Okay. As promised during phase 1 or something, I mean,
To guide phase 2? We're talking about the work by the master facility committee, really what they, yeah, they did promise it during phase 1 too, also.
maybe a period at the end after a committee and then launch into the ways that they conducted their work.
A period after committee and then put something like this work included community discussions.
Oh, sorry, I just did something weird. I'm gonna. Time?
Take out the including community discussions.
I'm gonna say discussions with. I don't know. That's too many times with the word discussion.
Yeah. Deliberation, time and deliberation.
It's a B.
To develop a high school solution, or to develop a recommendation for.
Yeah. There you go.
And addressing. Oop. But now this 10 of 11
Could we
maybe
make
doesn't
that?
fit there.
Could we make that italics?
Oh, like just to make yeah. Like it's its own separate clause that's really important.
Yes.
Well, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it inside the period.
Okay.
How's that?
Good.
It's funny. I'm guessing that we all have very different writing styles. It is very interesting to edit a document with 4 other people who all have different writing styles.
Well, mine's just like I speak, and one paragraph is one sentence. So there you have it.
What do we think about this paragraph?
So are we down to numbers 1, 2, and 3?
If everybody else is.
I think agreement on elementary and middle school. So you may want to say at the elementary and middle school levels.
Okay.
So that there's,
Yep.
can I put that in?
Yep.
And then,
Steve's having a hard time too, I could tell.
so to develop a recommendation for a high school solution, could we put while addressing the overcrowding at the elementary and middle school levels?
Mhm.
Because there's a lot of ands.
There are a lot of ands.
So
Beautiful.
the committee presented
Mhm.
the following recommendations. Crowding at the elementary and middle.
Okay.
That looks good.
Are we ready to move to number 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, just don't shoot me, but one of the options too for that bulleted list on the phase 1 is if it gets too long, we could end up taking that out and maybe having Judy do like a nice like
Chart.
like a flyer, more like a flyer document that says, you know, attached is the accomplishments or the projects completed with phase 1, and maybe it looks a little bit more slick, but it kind of removes it so we still include it with the letter so that people can have that. So if somebody's like, well, what did they even do with our first levy? It's like a nice extra piece that people can have, but maybe it doesn't bulk up that letter. So just a suggestion out there if we want to try to simplify the text within this letter here.
I would be fine with that. I don't know what anyone else thinks.
I think if we can keep this letter to 1 page, if possible, that additional insert would be a great idea.
Well, we may be able to keep it to 1 page if we delete that whole paragraph from the letter. I laughed at first, but then I thought about if all of this gets removed.
I think many times additional pages get separated. And if the day before they vote, they only have the letter, I would like to think that we have included enough that has been a result of phase 1 to consider phase 2.
That's a good point.
Okay. Then let's leave it as it is, knowing that those bullets are going to be filled in. Okay. So we're on number 1, 2, and 3.
And I did use the repetitive wording for emphasis. If other people understand and agree with that approach.
Could we use, what if we use the word at the current location, the current high school location, instead of on?
Mm-hmm. I'm just indenting. Ah.
On number 2, should we move that High Point and Blacklick Elementary, or elementaries either, instead of High Point Elementary and Blacklick? So we
Mhm.
move elementary to after Blacklick.
Yeah. Like that?
I think so. I'll also, Steve, feel free to jump in on that one.
Okay.
Or like that?
Yeah.
Yes, and then you can remove the hyphen.
Oh, I didn't even see that, but I do now. I think I got it.
Instead of and to accommodate expected growth, I would use and to prepare for expected growth. I'm tossing that one out. Accommodate's a fine word too, but prepare for is, it's too, it's, you know, I'm open to, if someone feels strongly about accommodate, that's fine too.
In both?
Yes.
I could go either way.
Okay. Anything else with those numbered items?
I'm thinking the word, the enrollment study was a forecast. So I don't know if you want to use instead of expected, a
Forecasted.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I like that better. Is everybody okay with that change?
Yeah.
So that it's tied back to, that makes sense to tie it to the, I mean, it is the forecasted growth. Okay. On July 16th, I think that's where we are now on that paragraph.
So I think some of this could come out because you mention it above in 1, 2, and 3. It's the 20 elementary or 24 middle school classroom.
Well, and above it was the recommendations. In
Oh,
the paragraph, it's cementing that that is what we are asking for the funding for. To me, they're two different acts, but
To fund the recommended projects.
do you want to, I mean, could you in the committee presented the following recommendations? Could you say the committee presented and the board accepted the following recommendations? Or the board approved?
Oh, and then
all
shorten it.
recommendations?
Okay.
Because I know you want to get as much as you can on the first page.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Daphne? So if I added that and the board approved up in this paragraph, then down in this next paragraph, I wouldn't have to include all the detail. So it would be 3 funding needs. One would be the bond and permanent improvement issues that would fund and it could just say buildings and classrooms instead of all that detail.
Well, in my mind, because the letter has kind of a timeline associated with it, and that paragraph that starts on July 16th, it's relating the types of debt and the types of levy items.
Right. Which would stay. It's just that the detail about what specifically those building projects are wouldn't need to be repeated. So like it would.
The question is, do we have a space issue?
I think the suggestion was related to trying to get as much information as we could on that first page, but.
Well, that's the meat of our purpose of our letter, right? Is starting really that July 16th paragraph.
Right. So it would, if I made the change, it would change it to 3 funding needs, a bond and permanent improvement something that would raise the $250,000 to fund it really doesn't save that many words, I guess. What does anybody else think?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think for impact, I wonder if that the July 16th sentence, that's a standalone sentence, and the following details are the next paragraph. I think, and I'll yield to Daphne on the thought of this one. I'd really want that issue, so people are informed. I think they need to know that we're referring to issue 22, and I think it needs to kind of be left in their mind before they continue on. But again, that, like Daphne points out, it kind of pushes that meat down into the crease of the page, crease of the you know. But I think if
That's better.
Yes. That's good.
Okay.
That's a good connection.
I don't know about having a 1 sentence paragraph. That would trouble me as a reader, but.
I'll go with the majority opinion on this one. You know, I think that's a statement paragraph, or statement, but everybody writes differently, I guess.
What am I doing here? Am I leaving it?
Sorry, I don't know. I'm trying to.
Hey, bro, why don't you show what it looks like by putting reconnecting the sentence, first and second sentence, and just call it, you could just say it instead of the second issue 22, and then you reconnect it and see what that does.
I don't mind that. I mean, I don't mind the statement paragraph either. I don't think it's awkward in the type of letter that it is, but I also don't mind reconnecting it.
I think now that I'm looking at it, I think it probably should be connected because we want to make clear that they're going to see 3 components, right? Like we want them to know it's issue 22, but we also want them to know there's 3 components to issue 22.
So is components better than funding needs?
Oh, I just changed that without changing
I like it.
I think components is a good move.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I like components too.
It might just be me, but I'm not reading 3 components after the colon though.
Well, because the bond and permanent improvement issues, I think I'm going to number those.
Ah, good.
And then the operating levies 3 lines down.
Where is it? There it is. Okay, let's see if we need to
Yeah, take up is the 3rd issue.
I have it's a little, I see what we're trying to do. If we're saying there's 3 components, I generally want the 3 components to follow directly after the colon. And we've got 3 dropped all the way down there.
Yeah, I think so. Let's do a bond, 3 components, bond, permanent improvement, and operating. And then we can explain them separately in
Yeah.
a separate sentence.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
What's that word?
It's supposed to be levies.
It's not, it must be British.
Let's watch
don't-
Girl Fight. Do you guys want
Okay.
to you guys want to use articles before bond, permanent improvement, or an operating levies, or just leave it like that? Meaning a bond, a permanent improve, or do you? I was asking a permanent improvement levy and an operating levy.
Either way.
And we changed that word to "and" instead of "and."
Levies isn't the right word, is it?
Well, a bond is not a levy.
Right. So I don't want
You can
the
say
bond
the
and
bond and the permanent improvement levy.
levy.
Would
Okay.
raise. So you got
Would.
you add the in front of the permanent improvement levy. And that way it's separated as 2 distinct items. So the bond and the permanent improvement levy.
Did I get it? The bond and permanent improvement levy would raise $250,000 to fund the rebuild.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are you guys on the side
Issues
of,
is-
are you got Oxford commas or not after 20 elementary classrooms? It's your call if you want to be Oxford commas or not. Just be consistent.
No.
See, I'm a yes, but we can leave it out. I don't know if issues is the right. These.
Why don't you just say the bond and PI? Maybe put PI up
Okay.
and
Got it. Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And back down to the sentence, the bond and PI last only for the term of the debt repayment terms. Okay.
Did you say last only for the term?
Yes.
They are not.
Oh, right.
Then you've come full
The
circle.
operating levy funds, the
Mhm.
increased. Whoop. Is and replaces cuts to state funding.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, can you confirm the numbers I have in there?
I'm not actually seeing the document.
Oh, shoot. What is our loss because we're a capped district?
I think it's 5.2, Daphne. So
That's what I
we
thought
can
too,
get
but
that.
okay.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, about
I'll just
4.8 to 5.2.
I'm gonna highlight it and add a comment that Mike and Steve will verify this number. Mike, if you do you have access to the link where the board support documents are for the meeting? That's where the letter is, if you do have access to that.
See if I can find it.
Not, I mean, and you're more than welcome to search for it now, but just want to make sure that you have it at least at some point. Anything else in this paragraph? Jill, were you about to say something, or am I
I was just
hearing
going to
things?
say, I've been in the folder also, but I don't have access to the actual live document. So I'm not sure if you will have
interesting.
access to it.
Okay, I think I can add.
I can do it real quick.
I think I got it.
Okay.
Mike and Jill, are you the only two who don't? Steve, you're in the document, so you must have access.
Yes.
Okay, I think I've just added Mike and Jill as well.
Thanks.
Steve,
Sorry about that. Anything else on this paragraph? Okay, can we move to the paragraph that starts, "We have established and follow"?
And Burl, I think I took this directly from your original draft.
So we've had editing eyes on it before, right? So we shouldn't tinker with it.
No, I just am saying it's not my run-on sentences probably that we're having to deal with.
I almost went to edit it, but I think that letter had been edited by the full board and by Hinda. So maybe we should just not second guess it unless somebody sees something major.
I'd like Steve's comment though, to change cause to create the need.
Oh, I see that now. Okay. Does everybody see that comment from Steve? I'm gonna just change. Oh, where did it go? I thought I accepted it.
I can fix it. You want me to change it?
Yeah.
Was there right here, cause? That's good.
I'm good with that paragraph. Are we ready? Are we ready to move
Yep,
on to
I'm ready
combine?
to move on also. to
Okay.
the combined.
Okay, combined.
Do it.
Yeah, could I just make one comment? The cap basically indicates that we have historically been underfunded because we are a capped district. But we have not lost funds from what we previously had. So I don't know if that statement could be a little misleading because we had those funds to begin with. Whereas you have districts on the opposite side that are on the guarantee that receive more funds than what they normally would be entitled to. So we're in the unfortunate space of not receiving our full funding due to wealth and other factors. So I'm just not sure if we want to characterize that as a loss or as opposed to an underfunding.
So change loss to underfunded, underfunding.
It's revenue that we should be receiving if we were on formula, but
Right.
we are on the cap, we are not receiving. So depends on, I mean, it's a semantic kind of issue, right? How do you characterize that?
And therefore underfunded by, does that make more sense?
State funds have been capped and therefore the district has been underfunded. That I think is more accurate than characterizing it as a loss.
Gotcha.
That's the emotion behind it. That's the feeling.
Okay. So let's go back to the paragraph that starts combined.
Go ahead and clean up that last sentence too. I mean, just where the capping one, we can remove that and, or yeah, remove the and there. I'm not sure how that, and yeah, I don't know how those two sentences relate to each other.
Well, it's two separate. Yeah, I think it should be,
They're both state fund.
I think it's a separate sentence though.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not a complete thought though now.
Oh,
It's taken.
last fiscal year, they pulled back 1 point.
Yeah, well, last fiscal year is a good move. That's COVID related. Is that right? Are we referring
Yes.
to COVID?
Yeah, it was related to the
Yes.
state budget cuts this year.
Does that make sense? Due to COVID?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Are we good with that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, I think Steve has some suggestions about this last sentence in the next paragraph. Finance.
The combined paragraph we're on.
So we're on, no, it's the paragraph above that, actually. The
Okay.
last sentence there, there's a suggestion to change that last sentence. I think that Steve's suggestion makes sense.
I do too.
Mm-hmm.
Sign us up.
Me too.
Steve, can you just make the change? Because the last time I tried to accept your suggestion, I deleted
sure.
it somehow.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So now we're on the paragraph that starts combined.
I'm not sure we should refer to it as these issues, or I think we can refer to it again as issue 20.
Yeah, it's issue 22.
That's true.
Yeah.
Is it we're going to do this again. Isn't it the assessed value and forget that as determined by the Franklin County Auditor? Can we just say $100,000 of assessed home value? Or is that inaccurate?
It depends on, yes, I've always considered it the assessed value, but if you look at the auditor website, it does talk about home market value. It says market value is determined by the county auditor.
Okay.
So if you go to the levy calculator, or you look up your.
That's the wording that's on that calculator.
It's taxable total is what they.
Can we just match whatever that language is in the final? I just did the calculator, but now I can't remember.
I think that's important because the home value by the auditor is usually lower than the home value from like market value, right?
Yes, it's definitely
Yes.
lower. I just
Usually-
want to make sure that the wording matches.
Yeah.
You want to put state auditor's home value because it's different than what you're going to see in.
It's the county
It's the
auditor.
county
I mean,
auditor.
sorry.
Yeah.
I meant county. Sorry.
Oh, Franklin County Auditor is what she
Yeah.
has on here. So
I think it reads okay.
Yeah.
okay, then we'll just leave the sentence as it was written.
There you go.
Regarding the last sentence of the paragraph, the investments proposed will put our district in a strong position for the next 40 to 50 years.
So the one thing I want to say here is that this letter has to be informational and not advocacy.
Okay. Yep.
So when we
Sure.
say worthwhile, I remember us struggling with the language last time.
Yeah.
Worthy investment. So I think we have to take out worthwhile, and
Because that's a qualitative statement.
yeah, and it's and what we're doing, what you're doing with this letter is you're informing the community so that everybody knows, because we can reach parents and community members that are connected within our system, but there are many voters that don't, get our emails, or maybe they don't see, that this is an issue on the ballot. And so we don't want them to be surprised by that. We want to inform them. And I think that's one of the most important functions of this.
I just deleted that sentence, but now I can't remember what I was doing with the next one.
I'm not sure. According to what Steve said, maybe we do not want to use the word strong position. Maybe we should use the words will respond to the needs, to the district needs.
Will provide.
Will provide for our district's needs for the next, right?
I want to be clear that it's building needs.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
And is 40 to 50 years is a little long. Can we be a little more conservative on that? Maybe 20 to 30 years?
Yep.
Because of the age of some of our buildings. It's possible that boards in 20 or 30 years are going to need to do something about some of our buildings.
Especially, yeah. Well,
I have a suggestion after the investments proposed. You might want to put according to
oh,
the district's enrollment forecast.
yeah, that
comma.
makes sense. I just deleted your letter, Steve. You can add it back.
Are
Yes, that makes sense.
you guys okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Using the word forecast again is a good idea.
Do we need to say, well, no, never mind. Okay.
I think we can get rid of districts because it's repetitive. Are you okay with that for our
Yes.
building needs
Mhm.
for the next 20 to 30 years?
Is the statement after years, is that too qualitative and advocacy toned? Should we just end it at 20 years or after the years?
So the forecast goes through 2068. And according to the forecast, this should provide for our building needs, for the next, 50 or so years.
Agreed.
Except, yeah, that I
referencing the bond, saying that the bond rates are
PI.
very low.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I would leave it back to your point about the number of years. I would leave it at 20 or 30 years because I agree that the forecast, it accounts for the enrollment needs that we would have related to buildings, but not necessarily any maintenance needs for the buildings.
That's true. Yeah.
So, but at a time when bond rates are very low and the need is great, I mean, I think it's a factual statement that bond rates are very low, and that's not advocacy, but I don't know if somebody feels otherwise.
They're at historic lows.
Or at historic lows. Should I could change it to that.
Is that a factual statement or an opinion?
Factual.
I believe that's factual. Yes.
Okay.
Anything else with this
Sorry,
paragraph?
okay, anything about the 20 to 30? Yeah, the bond issue is 37 years. So I know this covers enrollment for 50. Yeah, there may be a need to renovate some buildings that are getting older, but do we actually need to construct new buildings in that period?
No, but I don't want to make it like if we came with a PI request in 10 years or in 20 years. I mean, I wouldn't want to make it sound as if that isn't a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If that makes sense. I mean, I think that was the reason that we talked about this PI portion of the levy being limited to the term of the bond, because we talked about we would need to get a better idea of what we would actually need from a PI and do that as a separate issue 20 years down the road or something. Am I remembering that conversation correctly?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else then on the issue 22 paragraph?
I'm ready to move to the next one.
Okay, so we encourage you. Daphne made a suggestion to me on the phone the other day that I thought made sense, which is that we actually give them a date of a virtual meeting that they could participate in. I don't know, based on the timing of when this letter will go out, if we
Yeah. So I
have,
think, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
no,
Bro.
that's okay. Go
I'm not
ahead.
looking at you. I'm looking at the letter. Sorry.
That's okay.
So the last time we sent it out, I remember it was April 27th. We had a meeting at Middle School West, and we announced that meeting in the letter. And so we may want to just look at our calendar, create a virtual meeting,
Yes.
and then put a date in there and hold one with anyone from the community who wants to be a part of it. And then talk to Marla from This Week News and let her, she can, or maybe we can advertise it even in This Week News.
Yeah.
I think it's really important that we inform people and let them ask questions.
I think that makes sense. So I'm going to just add a comment that you'll add a date.
Yeah. And we can check with all of you for the dates just to make sure you're free, but it would be sometime in the next couple of weeks for sure, like, early October.
Okay.
Well, we'll see how quickly we can get the letter out. I mean, it's a little bit of a process.
Okay. Anything else, I guess, with
Could
this
we go
paragraph?
back? Could we, oh, not that paragraph,
Oh.
sorry.
I was just going to make a suggestion here that we take out what I highlighted, because I think after the and get rid of the and, we want to have you, we want you to have all the information you need to cast a vote you feel makes the most sense for your family and our community. I like that sentence. And I think the part before that isn't really needed.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys are okay with that, but
I'm fine with that.
I'm good.
And then is the last sentence, we view this as building pride in our community? First of all, I mean, I love the sentence because it kind of thinks it rolls around the pride theme that Jessica and the high school's adopted, but is that more of an opinion statement? Should we just let it go with the sentence before?
yeah, I think it's advocacy.
Okay.
I liked it though, too.
It'll be all over on the levy side, the campaign side. That phrase will be, you will see it.
Yeah.
Mike, did you have something about a different paragraph?
You go back up to the additionally 1.6 million was taken from the district.
Uh-huh.
Okay. It's not anticipated, but we have been cut 1.6 million this fiscal year. We anticipate another 1.6 million next fiscal year.
So instead of last fiscal year?
Well, no, we were cut last year.
Okay.
We're also
Cut
this year.
next. Okay.
We are cut this year, and we anticipate being cut again next.
So last and this.
So much money.
I would say, and 1.6 million this fiscal year. Re-emphasize the 1.6.
Okay.
Can I put additionally 1.6 million of state funding
Yeah.
was reduced?
I think reduced is a good word. I was having an issue with the word taken. Since it didn't.
Last fiscal year, they did actually take it from us.
They did take it.
They did.
They gave it to us and took it back.
Yeah.
That is correct. You're right.
But it won't be taken in the future.
It
Right.
will
Just
not
not
be taken in the
give it.
future. So we can change that word back to, should we change that back from reduced to taken?
Repossessed,
Yeah.
but taken is
Stolen.
probably fine. Reduced is also fine. Then you don't get someone arguing that you used the wrong tone on it,
Yeah.
even though it is the correct tone.
So we're going to leave that was reduced from the district last fiscal year and 1.6 million.
This fiscal year, and that it is anticipated to be cut from
I'm going
our
to make a new sentence.
next fiscal year.
A ballot form request.
What's that?
Maybe
That
someone wants-
sound.
someone wants to join in.
To
Sorry,
the
the
fun?
group's full. We're full.
And it is anticipated to be cut from our receipts next fiscal year.
Instead of this fiscal year,
Right.
Right.
fiscal year.
Mike, are you definitive about that? Because
Oh,
last,
no, that's what's in the forecast. I'm hoping that
Okay.
will happen, that, given the increases in state funding, with,
so maybe we say is forecasted to be lost, to be.
yes. Yes.
I can't fix this sentence anymore.
Okay.
It's forecasted that an additional 1.6 million may be cut from our receipts next fiscal year.
Are you in there, Daphne?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to let you do it because I lost the thread somehow.
So we're communicating 3 years. It's last year, this year, and next year, right?
Correct.
Okay. That makes sense. That's terrible. It's, it's terrible, but then when you read it over and over again, it's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good.
Anything else on the letter at all?
Oh my gosh, do you hear the crickets? Like, good timing.
That was good timing.
I'm fine. I'm ready to go.
I'm good with it.
Okay. So I have made comments in the couple spots that we talked about where Steve is going to either verify something or on that bulleted section where Steve and Scott are going to actually add verbiage. But other than that, are we ready to move back to the agenda? To the rest of the agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I know that was the draft of the letter that we just worked on. So that's where the actual voting part of the letter is. Unless there's an objection, items 1 through 4 together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 4 under general business?
So moved.
Mrs. Mooring, is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Campbell, any additional discussion about any of those items? We've had a lot of discussion about one of them. Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring.
Yes.
Okay, we're on board reports and discussions.
I think Burl froze on my screen.
Uh-oh,
Oh, I hear her now. Burl, did we lose you?
I think I'm here.
There she is.
Oh, am I still here? Okay. Can you
Yes.
guys hear me? Okay, somebody stop me if not. So as mentioned in one of our public participation statements, House Bill 606 was signed by Governor DeWine on September 14th. This bill provides temporary and qualified civil immunity through September 30th, 2021 for civil actions based on injury, death, or loss caused by the exposure to or transmission of or contraction of COVID-19. It's backdated to March 9th, 2020. As I said, it is qualified civil immunity. It does not cover conduct that was reckless, intentional, or willful and wanton. And that it also does not mean that the district is protected from workers' compensation claims. The other bill that I want to mention is Senate Bill 358. This is a bill that is in committee now and has received 2 hearings. I think the second of those 2 hearings was actually yesterday. This is a bipartisan education bill that would extend some of the previous flexibilities that were in legislation passed last school year. The bill would prohibit the Ohio Department of Education from issuing state report cards for both the 2020-21 and 21-22 school years. Sanctions from state report cards would also be frozen. The eligibility list for Ed Choice vouchers would remain at the 2019-20 list, and no new vouchers would be issued except for siblings and other exceptions. School districts could also choose to use final course grades for the 2020-21 school year if end of course exams were unable to be administered. Additionally, the bill would eliminate state required assessments and require ODE to apply for a waiver from administering the federally required assessments. And like I said, that bill is in the Senate Education Committee right now. It has received 2 hearings so far. That's all that I have as a legislative update. Mr. Campbell, do you have an update from Eastland Fairfield?
I do, yes. We had Eastland Fairfield had their board meeting last evening. When we met, we discussed a couple things. The juniors have returned to the building this week. They returned on Monday. The seniors are returning to the building next week. They'll be alternating juniors and seniors every other week. We got a chance to see a slideshow of all the different plexiglass barriers and all the different ways that they're using to quarantine and social distance people and the students when they're there in labs. So they've extended the labs so they are longer during the day because of the split schedule between juniors and seniors. So they've coordinated with the academic teachers so the academics have a shorter amount of time than previous and the labs have longer time. One other thing they had, one concern that was shared is concern about busing. Because Eastland Fairfield depends on each of its member school districts to do complete bus routes for its students and to make sure no students get left behind. Sometimes the concern is that school districts that are either running abbreviated bus routes or alternating bus routes won't necessarily pick up all the Eastland Fairfield students. So that's a concern that was shared. We'll obviously see how it goes as they return, as both juniors and seniors are back in the buildings and alternating. So obviously you might have a junior that's in one neighborhood and picked up one week, but then they're virtual the next week, and vice versa for seniors. One really cool thing that they held was previously, a little earlier back in, I think, end of August, they had a level up experience week for their adult workforce program where they invited a handful of a couple dozen graduates back to test out additional career paths. And so they had 30 participants come back, and including 8 to 10 businesses also participated. And for a week, these participants got a chance to try out different career paths, including HVAC, welding, cybersecurity, and a couple other things as far as other skills that they might want to, or avenues they might want to explore even as an adult workforce. It was a pretty neat event. It sounds to me like they're going to expand it, but we'll have to see how that goes. And we are, the board is close in its process to finalize finding a new superintendent for the Eastland Fairfields Career Center. So we should, the board should have something to announce in the next few weeks, probably. That's all.
Thanks, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Barrett, anything from Gahanna Parks and Rec?
Sorry. Scott Lofton was at our community conversation around issue 22, so he wasn't able to attend.
Okay.
So we don't have a report tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Mooring, anything as the local government liaison?
I do not have a report on that, or I already feel like I gave the Education Foundation. So
Thank you. Mr. Hairston, anything from Insurance Committee?
I did not have a report. We didn't meet this time.
Oop, I'm sorry, Brian, I didn't hear you.
No, I said I don't have a report. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can, sorry.
Okay. I said I don't have a report at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other items from any other board members? Okay. Is there a motion to go into executive session pursuant to revised code 121.22G4, preparing for conducting or reviewing negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees?
I'll move.
Mr. Campbell, is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Mooring, any discussion? Before we take the roll call, I just want to explain that when the board goes into executive session, we will be going into a different virtual environment to meet for that executive session. We will come back to this YouTube live stream, but only to adjourn the meeting. There will not be any other board action after our executive session. Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston.
Yes.
Okay, so if everybody can make sure that you actually leave out of the Zoom, and then does everybody have the link to meet in the other virtual environment for executive session? I think Mrs. Elliott sent it to us today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see you all in executive session.
Hey, Jill. Jill, can you hear me?
Yes, I will help you out.
Yeah, because I didn't know, because I like I said, I don't know what happened, because she has a Macintosh and everything else, and she logged in or to Google, and I can't seem to shake her.
Okay.
So I'll going over there.
All right.
Jennifer, you're sideways.
Matt, I was gonna say the same thing about you, my friend. I don't know what to do about it at this point. I can't even deal with the technology anymore.
I think we're all back and it's 10:32. We're out of
Okay.
executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move.
Mrs.
I'll
Chrysler, Mr. Campbell is the second. Any discussion? Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll one last time tonight?
Okay, Mr. Hairston. Mr. Hairston.
Yes.
I'm not sure he made it back. There he is.
Yes.
He's here.
Perfect.
Mr. Hairston. You're still on mute.
Hey, Brian, they're calling the roll to adjourn.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Say
Okay.
yes.
Yes. Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
10:34.
Amen. All
We're
right.
adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
All right.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Jill, you still there?
Yes, I am. But Brian, we're live on YouTube. So let me